di maganda. Sabihin sa magulang at sa bahay muna. Sa kalye, pinagkit! Best friend natin ang mask, suotin kahit saan. Ingatan ang kamay, maghugas pag galing sa labas. Sa school, pinagkit! Sa pila, wag dikit-dikit. Dumistansya para iwas sakit. Laging open ang window para maganda ang airflow. 3Ps, tandaan, bakuna, bayanihan, pinagkit. Halina't magtulungan. Ikaw at ako ang pinagkit. Sa COVID di pa dadaig. Sa ligtas na pagbabalik. Sama-sama maging pinagkit.
Kristanos! Sakay mo ako! Kristanos!
Nasa isang dakilang ngiti, walang katulad nating dahilan. Isang araw din ay makakamtan. Sa isang magsisikap lahat magaganan. Walang ibang hinahangat, wala itong katulad na sa isang takisilip may araw na sisikat din. Aking lilipain, aking papawin, ang
Good afternoon. Reminders first before we start the program. Again, good afternoon and welcome to all our guests. Reminders before we start the program. To those who are here, make sure that you are registered. And to those who are coming in, please make sure you register first and indicate the learning area that you wanted to join in for the gallery walk later. And we would like to make an early request to please fill out the evaluation form. Please accomplish the evaluation form before 11:59 tonight. And should you have any question or concern, feel free to approach anyone from the management team. And to our online participants, please make sure that you are on mute, except when you are acknowledged during the open forum. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please all stand in singing the Philippine National Anthem, followed by a doxology and then the recitation of DepEd vision, mission, and core values.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Na kami pumakno nga nibiyagan nindat mo. Idatanda kami bikan mangat na pinhud mo. Dawat mi linggob hino aya tuboblemi. He ay makiwada-wada kida kami. He ay makiwada-wada kida kami.
Hey, ay, makiwada-wada. Hey, ay, makiwada-wada. Kita kami.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wal barakatuh. Salam pa mga kiaulungan sin Tuhan. Pianaugan niya Nabi Iban Quran. Kasilasan niya sa plag pakatilingkal alam. Maglasa kita niyo bat tumanang. Mbo Tuhan, tunggal nu sa sangdolan kami. Buwanin kami rijiki maglabi-labi. Lausangom rahmat nu subay pinudji. Hangkan kita bi subay magkasih-kasih.
Sa ngalan Pangurungan, pangutuyong Espiritong kalatagnon.
Pangurumon kang usalat, pangkalikupanan. kang pamirayan at kang walay sikog balantang nga makagululang Panginoon ka sinlagan Panginoon kang abagatang Panginoon kang kasakpan Panginoon kang suwadan Panginoon kang panguloy pangirayon pangitoon pangitoy wat kang walay sikog balantang nga makagululang Panginoon, dinggin mo kami.
O Diyos na mapagpala, hiling namin ang pagpapalaganap ng kaalaman sa bawat nilalang.
Panginoon, dinggin mo kami.
O Diyos ng awa, bigyan mo kami ng kakayahan sa pagtataguyod ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa bawat isa.
Panginoon, dinggin mo kami.
O Diyos na mapagkalinga, mangyaring ikawan ang pagpapaunlad ng kalikasan ng tao sa mundo.
Panginoon, dinggin mo kami.
O Diyos ng pag-ibig, tulutan mo ang aming bansa ng pagkakaisa at pagkakaunawaan sa gitna ng pagkakaiba-iba.
Panginoon, dinggin mo kami. Panginoon, dinggin mo kami. Panginoon, dinggin mo kami. Sa ngalan pangurungan, pangutuyog, Espiritong kalatamnon, mawaling kami lichikit, upang labi-labi. Hayay makiwada-wada, hayay makiwada-wada kami. Hayay makiwada-wada kita kami.
The DepEd vision. We dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. As a learner-centered public institution, the Department of Education continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders. The DepEd mission. To protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. Our core values: maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, makabansa.
Please take your seats. years in hiatus from attending this kind of face-to-face activity, I'm sure that this is like a breather for all of us, because this is something that would make us feel we are indeed on our way towards the new normal. We have our guest participants who are here with us. Thank you for coming. We have our guest participants joining us online via Zoom. So indeed, hybrid is the new normal. So this afternoon, as we trudge together and in unison we act, the Department of Education welcomes everyone in this Stakeholders Forum for the presentation of curriculum review results and curriculum revision updates. So once again, welcome and good afternoon to all our esteemed guests. We are so honored to be joined by our partner organization, of course, our experts and our education stakeholders from various organizations. Starting, of course, with our very own DepEd Secretary, Leonor Magtolis-Briones. With us also joining us is the Chief of Staff, Undersecretary Nepomuceno Malaluan. The Curriculum and Instruction strand is, of course, led by Undersecretary Diosdado San Antonio and Assistant Secretary Alma Torrio. Thank you for being with us. So if there is any event which is probably as significant as the forthcoming elections as it would determine the fate of our nation, that event would be this forum. I hope you agree. As this will give you not only a glimpse of the immensely, intensely, arduous and many times circuitous process just to reach this point and just to be here, but also provide you the opportunity to navigate the whole gamut of curriculum revision in such a limited time that we have this afternoon. And by the end of this afternoon, you can probably say to yourself, you have been part of an important activity that aimed at ensuring the future of our learners through relevant curriculum and instruction, of which means quality education. So more than 2 years, and although we are still beset with pandemic-related problems or concerns, the department continuously explores avenues to safeguard the education of our learners despite its unpredictability and, diversity, ready to face the challenges of the 21st century. But of course, before we go any further, we would like to not only acknowledge your presence, but more importantly, thank you for taking the time to come here to show your support to DepEd, and most importantly, to demonstrate your commitment to education. So to recognize everyone's presence, let's call on the Chief of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, Dr. Isabel Victorino.
Good afternoon. Once again, we welcome everyone aboard in this significant journey, and we are very happy that despite your very busy schedule, you are with us this afternoon. You are here with us on our way to the same destination. Although not everyone invited was able to join us physically this afternoon, some of them managed to join us online. So, allow me to recognize who are with us this afternoon. Let us start with the participants from the Department of Education. We have the Office of the Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Office of the Undersecretary for Legislative Affairs. We also have the Office of the Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Curriculum and Instruction. We have the Bureau of Curriculum Development, the Bureau of Learning Delivery, Bureau of Education Assessment, Bureau of Alternative Education, the Bureau of Learning Resources, Private Education Office. We also have the Literacy Coordinating Council Secretariat, Public Affairs Office or Service, Teacher Education Council Secretariat, Indigenous Peoples Education Office, Child Rights in Education Desk. We also have our resource persons from the academe, Dr. Rodora A. Ulan, Dr. Sherilyn Monterola, Dr. Lordinho A. Vergara, Dr. Francis Grace Duca Pante, Brother Roderick Aguirre, Dr. Trixie Marie J. Season, Dr. Leonor Diaz, Dr. Mary Ruth Gutierrez, Dr. Neil Marshall Santillan, and Dr. Ian June L. Garces. We also have our partner organization, the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center, or the ACRC, and the University of Melbourne. Professor Marie-Therese A.P. Bustos, Dr. Marlene Ferido, Dr. Kevin Carl Santos, Ms. Lalaine Bagui, Mr. Louis Cagasan, Mr. Cerces Di Castro, Ms. Julian de la Cruz, Ms. Carissa Bianca Luberiza, Ms. Junice Nepomuceno, Professor Field Richards, Professor and Dr. Pam Robertson, Dr. Carmel Sandiford, Dr. John Whitehouse, Dr. Catherine Pern. And of course, our participants from the different organizations and agencies, the Asian Development Bank, Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and Universities, Bayan Academy for Social Entrepreneurship and Human Resource Development. We have the Board for Professional Teachers, Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, Civil Service Commission, Commission on Population and Development, Commission on Higher Education, Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations of the Philippines. We have also Cultural Center of the Philippines, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Department of Health, Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Tourism, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Transportation, the Science Center of the Philippines. We also have with us this afternoon, Early Childhood Care and Development Council, EcoStore Sustainable Lifestyle, Federation of Association of Private Schools and Administrators, House of the Representatives, IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, Komisyon ng Wikang Filipino, Management Association of the Philippines, Maritime Industry Authority, Mont Michel School, National Bank Development Board, National Commission of Culture and the Arts. Then we also have National Commission on Human Rights, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, National Economic and Development Authority, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, Next Gen Organization of Women Corporate Directors Philippines Incorporated, and the Philippine Navy Board of Advisors, Philippine Accrediting Association of Schools, Colleges, and Universities, Philippine Association for Language Teaching, Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, the Philippine Business for Education, Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Philippine Commission on Women, Philippine Council of Mathematics Teacher Education, Philippine Educational Publishers Association, Philippine Historical Association, Philippine Institute of Development Studies, Philippine Science High School, Private Education Assistance Committee, Professional Regulation Commission, Senate of the Philippines, Southeast Asian Minister of Education, Organization, Innovation, and Technology, Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Technical Vocational Schools and Associations of the Philippines Incorporated, the Asia Foundation, Tourism Industry Board Foundation Incorporated, United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, the United Nations Population Fund, and the World Bank. So the list only shows how much support we have, translated to how much support we can expect from you. At DepEd, we always say, para sa bata, para sa bayan. The same tagline that we hope you will say to yourself as you unselfishly share your expertise to us in this attempt to enhance the curriculum for the Filipino learners. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Chief. And wow, such a kilometric list. And this includes organizations who express their support to DepEd, and we wish that these same organizations will continue to row the boat with us as we sail together in the same direction towards attaining our dream for the Filipino learner. So once again, thank you to all our partner organizations and agencies. Thank you, thank you. At this juncture, allow me to call on the leader whose determination to get things done is so infectious that you couldn't afford to decelerate. To give his welcome message, let's listen to Yusek Diosdado San Antonio.
Apologies for not being with you physically in this stakeholders forum on curriculum review results and curriculum revision updates. But I am very happy to welcome all the participants from our stakeholders. I'm not going to mention all your names because I understand we have invited a lot of you. But allow me to recognize the efforts of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, ably headed by Director Joyce Andaya, in partnership with the Assessment, Curriculum, Technology, and Research Center. Thank you very much for organizing this very important forum that will hopefully provide all of us a clearer view of our curriculum review undertaken prior to the revisions that we are doing now. And in the spirit of really a highly consultative approach to our refinements of the K-12 curriculum, we really feel that we should do more of this. Of course, this will be the first. I understand that after today, when we are ready with detailed versions of our curriculum guides, as far as the curriculum updates is concerned, we will be organizing more consultation meetings with our stakeholders. I think you are all aware that I always say that critical decisions, even in the aspect of curriculum, are not done unilaterally by the Department of Education. We harness the expertise of everybody in our country so that we can produce a curriculum that will be relevant to the needs and challenges of the 21st century. So again, thank you very much. Especially, of course, I am very grateful that Secretary Liling Briones is also with us today. And yes, this is one of my assignments, the review of the curriculum and the updating. And I hope that before the next set of executives in the Department of Education comes, we will be at least ready with a full version of the updated K-12 curriculum. Again, thank you, Director Joyce, and our ACRC friends for organizing this forum. Mabuhay po tayo. God bless.
Thank you, Yusek Dads, also for giving emphasis that DepEd does not work or decide solely. Rather, and I quote, we harness the expertise of everybody in the country to produce a curriculum that is relevant to the needs and challenges of the 21st century. You know, earlier we were talking about sailing in the same direction. As in any organization, one of the factors that determines its success is a leader who knows when, where, and how to sail in the right direction. So this afternoon, we are happy to have with us one of the unassailable undersecretaries to give his opening message. Let's call on Undersecretary Nepomuceno Malaluan.
The third equally important pillar is the upskilling and reskilling of our teachers' capacities. And this is being undertaken through the flagship reform program of the NAIAP transformation. And finally, the pillar of active engagement of our education partners and stakeholders, as exemplified by this process today, and active participation of partners in this curriculum review. This is a serious and major effort at reforming basic education towards addressing the challenge of quality for our entire system. And a part of that is the initiative to really link our education inputs and reform initiatives with education outcomes. And this is actually the reason why the Secretary also made the decision to participate in large-scale international assessments to complement our data from the national assessments. And that includes participating in the Program for International Student Assessment of OECD for the first time in 2018. And I'm happy to report and share with you that the department and the secretary has made the decision to continue that participation in order to have consistent data in PISA. And even as we speak, we have, I believe, just completed our administration of the PISA 2022 round for the basic education. And this is a part of the effort, as I mentioned, to link our education inputs, programs, activities, and initiatives with our learning outcomes or data on learning outcomes. And we have actually moved to integrate this learning outcomes data both from the national assessments and international large-scale assessments into our database, putting together the data that used to be separate data of the assessments with the education inputs and school-based data and learners data in the learner information system and the basic education information system. So we hope to round out these reforms for education quality. We intend to inaugurate our modernized NAIAP training facility in Baguio Teachers Camp towards the end of this month. And we will also be launching in that, at the time, the Basic Education Development Plan 2030. So I look forward to the continuation of the first pillar of Sulong Edukalidad, being the review of the K-12 curriculum. And as is noted in the title of this event, this is the sharing of the results of the K-12 review and also providing the directions towards revising the curriculum arising from the said review. Just to note that that review proved really auspicious in light of COVID-19, because it is that ongoing curriculum review that allowed us to make an immediate or prompt streamlining of the pandemic period curriculum into the most essential learning competencies. And I believe we would not have done it at such short a time had there not been an ongoing curriculum review already at that point. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank our partners who have been working with us tirelessly and silently on these reforms. And we join all of you in the hope and aspirations for really transforming basic education towards addressing addressing fully the challenge of quality in basic education. Maraming salamat, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Yusik Nepo. Yusik Nepo has been very hands-on in showing his support to all our bureau-related activities, and I'm sure it's the same thing with all the other offices and bureaus at DepEd. But I'd like to announce that we are going to pause for a very important break, and that is to give way for a photo opportunity. Okay, so we shall go by table. I'd like to seek assistance from our technical team here. So Chris, please direct us. So may we call on the first 5 tables to please come in front for a photo opportunity.
Recording stopped.
So Chris will direct you in front. So first 5 tables, please. So that would include our CI directors, our partner organization, ACT-RC, our other guests. First 5 table. Only first 5 table. Or in this case, probably first 4 table, since this other table is not occupied. Okay. So please help Chris in directing the photo opportunity. So we would like to request for the officials to please stay in front while we call on the other guests. Please, to all our colleagues from BCD, please help Chris in directing the photo op. To our colleagues from BCD, please help Chris in directing the photo op so we can go a bit faster. Our online participants are with us. Can we have the next batch to get ready? All right, let's have our next batch ready, because our online participants are waiting for us. Okay, may we have the last group? Okay.
Recording in progress.
Let's speed up a little bit because our viewers online are decelerating. Okay, next batch, please. Let's hurry a bit. Okay, this is going to be the last batch, and then probably we can continue after the program. Again, this is going to be the last batch. We are going to continue after the program. To those who are not able to get the photo opportunity, we will have the continuation after the program. Okay. Chris, we can't afford to divide the group. Let's have it one shot. Chris, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sorry if you were somewhat harassed. Okay. We will have the photo opportunity again later after the program. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Undersecretary Josephine Maribohok. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. All right. So again, sorry if we needed to hurry because we have our online participants and they are decelerating, so we need to speed up a little bit. Okay, but this time, all right, settle down, everyone. Thank you. Again, we shall have the photo opportunity after the program, and we'll have an unlimited opportunity later. Thank you. So by this time, I am certain that you have your expectations about today's event. Likewise, you have your questions ready to fire once you get a chance. But before you think any further, let's call on the Assistant Director of the Bureau of Curriculum Development to lay down our main agenda for today, Director Sam Sullivan.
Thank you, Ms. Wenda. Good afternoon to our DepEd officials, led by our Ma'am Secretary, Leonor Magtolis Briones. And of course, to all our stakeholders who are all here with us on site and even online. And this forum shall update you, our dear stakeholders, on the curriculum review results and revision. That's the first one. The second one is, with your help, we'll be able to identify gaps and issues in the K-6 curriculum draft. And lastly, of course, to gather feedback from you, our stakeholders, as input to curriculum revision. We hope that we'll be able to realize all of this, particularly items 2 and 3, during the open forum and the gallery walk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Sam. So I'm sure now we're all on the same page. And so now we come to one of the most awaited parts for this afternoon's event. Forging partnership is one of the key elements that sustains a program. To BCD, the partnership it shares with a partner organization hinges not only in terms of, say, practical partnership, but more significantly, an open and liberating engagement of talents and minds working together for a common goal. To show effective collaboration in action, we will have Director Joyce Andaya of the Bureau of Curriculum Development and Head of Private Education Office for the context setting. She will then be followed by Professor Therese Bustos, who is with us live today, and Dr. Pam Robertson, who will be joining us via Zoom from the Assessment, Curriculum and Technology Research Center, or ACT-RC, for the presentation of curriculum review results. So let's have Director Joyce.
To our DepEd Undersecretary Yusek Josephine Maribohok, Yusek Nepomuceno Malaluan, the directors, chiefs, and personnel, other government officials, representatives from the private sector, who were already introduced a while back. Maayon na hapon, magandang hapon, good afternoon to everyone. It is indeed an auspicious day to gather in this venue to present what DepEd has done so far in terms of curriculum review and revision. Our inputs and your feedback on this draft curriculum are a testament that the next version of basic education curriculum will indeed be our collective work. Any move or change in the basic education program should reflect the nuances of the current situation alongside the issues that confront society. Thus, our actions and decisions should be very deliberate and should reflect the context of our country. It's therefore imperative that the curriculum remain relevant to the current social realities and in sync with the direction of the government and the global challenges confronting humanity. The K-12 curriculum review is a quality control mechanism that primarily examines the curriculum in its various phases: intended, implemented, assessed, and achieved. It is not simply meant to fulfill one of the provisions of Republic Act 1053-3 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 to review the curriculum, but it is also part of the department's commitment to ensure quality, relevant, and liberating basic education for all through continuous curriculum refinement. Hence, in the later part of 2018, and in partnership with ACT-RC, the Curriculum and Instruction Strand started the process of reviewing the curriculum. The said review covered 4 phases: the intended curriculum, which is basically the written curriculum document; implemented curriculum, which gives us the indicators of the actual implementation of the curriculum; and the assessed curriculum, which shows how our students fare in terms of their mastery of learning standards and competencies; and lastly, achieved curriculum, which indicates the actual product of the curriculum. The department, through the Bureau of Curriculum Development, in collaboration with ACT-RC, focused on the articulation of learning competencies within and across learning areas to identify the gaps, issues, and concerns relative to the curriculum standards. The review of the implemented curriculum explored the factors that help and or hinder teachers in implementing the curriculum, providing insights into what is working well, what could be further strengthened, and where problems exist, allowing for these to be addressed. The assessed curriculum review explored the extent to which the national tests assess the intended curriculum, with a focus on students in grades 3, 6, 10, and senior high school. The review further aimed at determining the alignment of national test items with the content of the intended curriculum. All of these will be further discussed by our partners from the Assessment Curriculum Technology Research Center, or ACT-RC. We finished the review in 2019, and in early 2020, we were already doing the finishing touches when COVID-19 struck, and work on this was discontinued for a while, only to be resurrected during April of 2020, when the need to streamline the curriculum was being asked by the Secretary. We had to go back to the results of the review and pull together all the competencies that learners needed in this pandemic, and especially during crisis situation. Thus, the birth of the most essential learning competencies, or MELCs, and these were basically culled from the results of the review. These results were discussed during the Education Forum. Some of you were present in August of 2021, and we deem it necessary again to present to this audience for a better understanding of not just the review process and results, but also how we use these results as takeoff point for the curriculum revision. Let us now listen to the presentation of our friends from ACT-RC.
Thank you, Director Joyce. I couldn't add any more than that. By the way, allow me to correct myself, because Director Joyce won't be followed by Dean Therese, but rather by an equally brilliant person from ACT-RC, Dr. Marlene Ferrido. Good afternoon, everyone. Before Dr. Pam Robertson presents from Melbourne via Zoom, the particular details of the review, I'd like to backtrack a bit and give you some background. The Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center is a joint partnership of the University of the Philippines and the University of Melbourne, funded by the Australian government. And the center is based at the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies at the Diliman campus. Now, if you will recall, many of you were participants in the formulation of the K-12 curriculum guides involving various learning areas. But I'd like to share with you the answer to the question, what was the basis of the development of the K-12 curriculum? Back then, there was also a review that took place. The recommendations from the review conducted by the University of Melbourne was a comparative study of 4 curricula, the Philippine curriculum and 3 others, Thailand, Vietnam, and New South Wales from Australia. And the Philippine curriculum then was found to have problems with overcrowding, sequencing, and pacing. Now, when the K-12 curriculum was being crafted, for which I was privileged to be involved in also, the reference document that we used and used by the different working teams were the 2002 Beck curriculum and the 2010 secondary education curriculum that incorporates understanding by design. Now, the Beck had learning competencies for each learning area only. No content standards and performance standards that time. Now, between 2011 and 2017, DepEd rolled out the K-12 curriculum, setting in motion a very large-scale curriculum change. Now, when the rollout of the K-12 curriculum was complete, then came a planned comprehensive and a review of the intended curriculum begun in 2018. Now, ACRC simply facilitated and scaffolded the review process, participated in by curriculum specialists from BCD, experienced faculty from the University of the Philippines College of Education, and the UP Integrated School. So we have a comprehensive review, not only of the intended curriculum, but other facets of the curriculum, the implemented, the tested, and the attained curriculum, which will be shared by Dr. Pam Robertson. Now, just before I exit, I'd just like to share some bylines. Without curriculum, instruction will be without direction. Without assessment, instruction will learn no important lessons. Thank you and good afternoon.
Hello everyone, my name is Pam Robertson. I'm Acting Australian Co-Director of ACT-RC. I'm here today to present the findings of ACT-RC's curriculum review. This is the second review of the Philippine curriculum that I've been involved in. The first one was in my role at the University of Melbourne, and in 2011 we were asked to compare the basic education curriculum to curriculum from Thailand, Vietnam, New South Wales and Australia, so 4 curricula being compared. That study found that there were significant problems with overcrowding, sequencing and pacing of the Philippine curriculum when compared to the others. The second review that I've been involved with is ACT-RC's recent review of the K-12 curriculum. We found that the curriculum has made substantial progress in addressing the issues that were flagged by the curriculum comparison study. However, there are still some areas that need improving, and the 2022 curriculum is a chance for DepEd to refine the curriculum further to better meet the needs of the students. ACDAS's most recent curriculum review covered 4 components of the curriculum. It covered the intended curriculum, as is represented by the curriculum guides, the implemented curriculum, that is the curriculum that's actually presented by teachers taught in classrooms, and for that we focused on DepEd schools only. We covered the tested curriculum at national level, with the 4 main national tests being used as data, and we reviewed the attained curriculum. That is the curriculum that the students actually learned and could take with them into their life to use. For that, we used 2 sources of evidence, the test results from the national tests and the focus groups that were conducted with business leaders and tertiary providers. I'm going to share today 4 recommendations from the review that relate specifically to changes in the intended curriculum, the learning guides. The first one is that the number of learning competencies in the curriculum needs to be reduced. Let me give you some data to show you why we made this recommendation. One of the parts of our study was that we surveyed around 2,000 teachers of grade 3, grade 6, grade 10 and senior high school. The results across all of those grades and the different learning areas were reasonably consistent, and I've just picked a sample to show you here. In the first column we have the learning area, the second column we have the grade and the quarter that this data relates to. The third column shows the number of learning competencies that teachers were expected to teach and students were expected to learn within the quarter. The next column shows how many teachers, or what percentage of teachers, reported that they had adequate time to teach all of the learning competencies. You'll see that those numbers are alarmingly small. So what it's giving is a very strong message that there are too many learning competencies and teachers don't have time to teach them all. We also asked, when we asked this, we didn't ask it in how many of you have time to teach all of the learning competencies. We gave teachers a list of all of the learning competencies they were expected to teach in the quarter and asked them about individual ones and said, how confident are you that you had adequate time to teach those? When we collated all the results, it turned out that not many teachers didn't even have time to teach half of the learning competencies. So you'll see here for mother tongue in grade 3, quarter 2, only 87% of teachers said that they had time to teach even half of the learning competencies. That figure was pretty consistent across a wide range of learning areas, grades and quarters, with a proportion of teachers not even able to teach half of the curriculum. The second recommendation was that DepEd ensure that in the curriculum guides, the prerequisite skills and knowledge are built really systematically from one grade to the next. There were a number of different sources of evidence within the curriculum review that pointed to this as being a problem. What we found was that sometimes there was a big jump in grades from when the students needed to learn something the first time to when they actually had to use that knowledge the next time. And that left a lot of time for students to forget because it wasn't consolidated quickly enough. The other thing that we found is that sometimes there was a misordering or misalignment of prerequisites, particularly when things were being taught in one learning area and then being applied in the other. And so sometimes you had them being taught after they were needed in another learning area. I'd like to share with you some of the data that led us to this recommendation. Here I've added another 2 rows to the original table that I showed you. What this shows, if you look at the third column, is that some of the learning areas for particular grades and quarters didn't actually have a large number of learning competencies. And yet, if you look at the final two columns of this table, it shows that many teachers couldn't teach them all, even though there weren't so many. So from this data, we realised that it's not just the sheer number of learning competencies that's the issue, but it's actually something more. To find out what this was, we dug into the data a little more. And I'll show you what we found here. Now, this is quite a complex graph, so let's take some time to look at it. Along the horizontal axis at the bottom, we have the percentage of teachers with adequate time to teach the learning competency. Every little dot that you see on the screen there is a different learning competency. And in this graph, we have learning competencies from all the different grades and quarters and learning areas that we surveyed teachers about. You'll see that right up the far right of the screen, some of the learning competencies, almost every teacher said that they had adequate time to teach them. So there are some that are very close to 100%, which means that they're quite reasonable where they're placed in the curriculum. However, as you look, the percentage of teachers who had time to teach the learning competency goes down. And right at the other end of the graph, on the left-hand side, some learning competencies only had around 4% of teachers who said they had adequate time to teach them. And as you can see, there's a real spread in between those two extremes. Now let's look at the vertical axis. We also asked the teachers, did you think that your students had the prerequisite skills and knowledge required for the learning competencies that you were teaching? And when we then collated that information in the same way that we did adequate time to teach, and we came out with a percentage of teachers who said that their students had the prerequisite skills and knowledge they required for learning the particular learning competency that had to be taught. When we compared these two sets of data, we got this very interesting graph. As you can see, there's a really strong relationship between the students having the prerequisite skills and knowledge that they required and the teachers having adequate time to teach. For those that are up in the top right, these were things where almost 100% of teachers said that their students had the prerequisite skills and knowledge they required. And it turns out that they're also the learning competencies that the teachers had adequate time to teach. In the bottom left corner, we have learning competencies that the students were largely unprepared for, and teachers, not surprisingly I suspect, all said that they didn't have very much time to teach it, they needed more time. So what we see is that it's not just the number of learning competencies in the curriculum that's an issue, but it's also the prerequisite skills and knowledge that the learners bring to the class. And that's why building prerequisites really explicitly and sequencing them sensibly within the curriculum is really important. Now we come to our third recommendation. In this recommendation, we advise that DepEd need to improve the articulation of the learning competencies within the intended curriculum. The source of evidence for this is largely the evidence that we collected from the specialists within the Bureau of Curriculum Development and some expert teachers that we brought in to help us review the curriculum. One of the tasks that they had to do was identify the cognitive demand required by the curriculum. And there were 5 levels of cognitive demand that we used. The bottom level is pretty much just memorising something. The next level up is performing a fairly standard sort of procedure or routine or algorithm that they had to do. They had to be able to do things. This might be write a sentence, add some numbers, something like that. The next one was about communicating and showing a really deep understanding of the learning competencies, then applying them, and finally using them in some sort of an unexpected way or an original context, or making connections outside what was expected. So with those 5 levels, when we ask people to judge the learning competencies and say which level of cognitive depth was required or cognitive demand was required by the learning competencies, it was sometimes really difficult to tell. And because it was so difficult, it meant that the way that the learning competencies were written, they weren't communicating as clearly as they could. And so that's one of the recommendations, that the future versions of the curriculum guide pay a lot of attention to how they articulate the learning competencies so that they're very clear for users and everybody understands what's needed. The next recommendation is that the new curriculum, or the enhanced curriculum, addresses the cognitive demand expectations. Once we'd got people to tell us what the cognitive demand of each of the learning competencies in the curriculum was, we compared those to databases from other countries around the world. I'll give you just a single graph to explain what we found. This particular graph focuses on mathematics, and it compares the Philippine curriculum to the Singapore curriculum. I've chosen this one because it was pretty representative of the comparisons, whether they were with the Australian curriculum, the New Zealand curriculum, curriculum from Canada, or from the US. They all found basically the same things. Here we have 3 grades presented. The first 2 columns relate to grade 3, with the first column being Philippines and the second column being Singapore. The next 2 columns are grade 6 and the following 2 columns are grade 10. The low cognitive demand, shown in the darker blue, is at the bottom. Then the next one up is level 2, the performing things, doing things. Then the green, and then the final 2 are these applying and creating kind of levels. You'll notice across the graphs that the red level is much smaller in the Philippine curriculum than in the comparator country, in this case, Singapore. So Singapore spends more time with their students learning to apply and practice these skills so that they can really automate them in order to then be able to do the more cognitively difficult things. The other thing that you'll notice is that the time spent on those really high order cognitive demand is smaller in the Singapore curriculum, the top 2 levels, than it is in the Philippine curriculum. So what it says is that the Philippine curriculum shifted a lot from the previous curriculum to the K-12 curriculum, because the previous one was really heavily rote based. So the memory portion, the dark blue portion, would have been much bigger. And there was almost none of the more applied, more cognitively demanding stuff. With the K-12, the pendulum has swung a little bit too far the other way, and it needs to come back to balance out the cognitive demand so that students have plenty of time to practice, and plenty of emphasis is placed on them practicing basic skills, as well as also having some time to work in the cognitively challenging things. So that combination of demand needs to be balanced. And that's our final recommendation relevant to the intended curriculum. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention today, and I hope that this was a useful insight into the results of the curriculum comparisons, the curriculum review that ACT-RC carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pam, for the very comprehensive presentation on curriculum review results. And of course, thank you, Dr. Farido, for the very important information about the process and the very interesting byline at the end. Sorry, I wasn't able to capture it, so afraid to distort, I'd rather not repeat, but I'm sure everybody heard it and learned from it. And of course, Director Joyce, thank you also for giving everyone the brief background about the process. Okay, so as we look forward to seeing the 2022 curriculum, it's a sure thing you want to hear some updates. Know it firsthand from the 3 empowered women directors of the curriculum and instruction strand. From the Bureau of Curriculum Development, the woman whose force is crucial in directing the course of the Bureau. From the Bureau of Learning Delivery, she is the woman in charge of accurate translation from curriculum to actual delivery. And from the Bureau of Education Assessment, she is the woman who pilots the seat to ensure that student learning happens and that through assessment, evaluate the goals and make sure that education are met, or the goals of education are met. So let's all welcome back to back Director Joyce Andaya of BCD, Director Leila Ariola of BLD, and Director Nelia Benito of BEA for their presentation on curriculum updates.
Thank you. Before I continue, may I recognize the presence of Undersecretary Sandy Montano, the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today. Magandang hapon muli sa ating lahat. My talk now, allow me please to remove my mask so I can speak better and so that you can hear me clearly. My talk now will dwell on the intended curriculum, the revisions we have made, the considerations in making them, and the processes involved in revising the curriculum. You know, from experience, when people hear me talk about curriculum, midway through my presentation, they've gone off to La La Land. But I know that I am in the right place because you are here and are very interested about the curriculum. So I will present the context of the revision, the DepEd's response, and the plans that the other bureaus have in order to support the intended curriculum. At the outset, I wish to emphasize 2 things. Number 1, the document we are revising is from K to 10 first. Revisions for senior high school curriculum will commence after we finish the K to 10. Moreover, as of today, we have been able to finish the draft of key stages 1 and 2, or specifically from kinder to grade 6. Second, the focus of this segment is really about the revisions being made in the intended curriculum. However, Directors Laila and Nelia will walk you through the plans of the other phases of the curriculum, such as implemented and assessed, but only as a general response to the findings of the ACT-RC study, because they will have to wait for the final shape of the curriculum before they can move on to plan the specifics of the other phases. So guided by the goals and standards of the K-12 program, and recognizing the need to ensure that these are attained by the learners, the DepEd Secretary, Honorable Leonor Magtolis Briones, initiated the curriculum review. And like I mentioned a while back, the K-12 curriculum review is a quality control mechanism that primarily examines the curriculum in its various phases. And it is not meant simply to fulfill what's in RA 1053-3 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act, which mandates the DepEd to review the curriculum, but it's also our commitment to ensure quality, relevant, and liberating basic education. So the review of the implemented curriculum explored factors that helped or hindered teachers in implementing the curriculum, providing insights into what's working well, what could be further strengthened, and where problems exist, allowing for these things to be addressed. Next slide. Specifically, the Bureau is keen in addressing the following findings. First, the desirable learning competencies were found, and as discussed by Ms. Pam, in various learning areas. When we say desirable learning competencies, we mean those that may enhance education, but may not be necessary in building foundational skills, as opposed to essential learning competencies which are needed by the students, are considered indispensable in the teaching learning process to building skills to equip learners for subsequent grade levels and consequently for lifelong learning. Though a vast majority of the learning competencies in the current curricula were classified as essential learning competencies across subject areas and grade levels, they vary considerably. The language used to describe a learning competency in the curriculum affected also its classification as either desirable or essential. Thus, we are focusing on the essential understanding and conceptual messages that students need to learn and demonstrate as proof of their understanding. Next is that curriculum content is still congested. The promise of decongestion is yet to manifest as significant number of content and learning competencies recur in various learning areas across grade levels. Okay. As a way of defining learning area, it's simply subjects during perhaps your elementary or high school days. But now we refer to them as learning areas. We are prioritizing the essential learning competencies in all learning areas and across grade levels, which are vital in the realization of content and performance standards. It is also good to note that spiral progression is evident in learning areas such as science and math. However, we are still strengthening this spiral progression both in the horizontal and vertical articulation in order to ensure mastery of essential skills. Another finding is that identified prerequisites were found to be misplaced or missing in the current curriculum. So these prerequisites are foundational KSAs. We call them knowledge, skills, and attitude needed to facilitate the acquisition of content and skills in higher grade levels. As such, we are ensuring the clear articulation of prerequisite learning competencies among learning areas and across grade levels. Finally, a significant number of standards and competencies cater to high cognitive demands. A high cognitive demand is defined as a task that involves making connections, analyzing information, and drawing conclusions. Higher level tasks require students to think abstractly and make connections to concepts. The BCD is keen in ensuring that appropriate distribution of learning competencies in all levels of cognitive demand is present. The said findings are crucial in the ongoing curriculum refinement. So, alongside the curriculum review inputs, other considerations are being addressed in this enhanced curriculum. Future developments are bound to occur with the increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and disruptive world as the backdrop for change. In this environment, education is defined as the sector that can determine whether people embrace or are defeated by the challenges they face. Education, through its curricula, should serve as lifelong learning systems capable of constant self-renewal and innovation in the face of persistent and rapid changes. Documents from Megatrends 2025 and the McKinsey report predict transformative changes in economies, industries, and societies, which entail working with big data analytics, sensory devices, wired transactions, lightning-fast transactions, automated transportation, and accelerating automation adoption that could consequently result in the displacement of about 14% of global workers. Such global forecasts and trends will drive workforce preparation, resulting in the modification of workforce abilities. Therefore, the education sector should zero in on the development of the appropriate skill sets for learners to thrive in these ever-evolving global realities. To ensure the positive impact of educational reforms, clear baseline data and parameters should guide the Department of Education. These will serve as reference points to indicate the attainment of educational goals. The results of both national and international large-scale assessments are worth reflecting on as part of the indicators of the current state of basic education, though it should be noted that these do not represent the entire basic education system. Among the other triggers of the review and revision of the curriculum is the student learning assessment data. It is part and parcel of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation cycles of any educational program. The K-12 basic education system is gauged through both national and international assessments, as indicated in the different DepEd orders that we have released. These system assessments are designed to provide baselines for the implementation of curriculum, as well as to provide relevant data that will aid in the formulation of policies, programs, plans, and interventions at various levels of governance. System assessments are given at the end of each key stage. Learners at the end of grade 3 take the early language literacy and numeracy, or what we call ELNA, which measures early language literacy and numeracy. Exit assessments in the form of National Assessment Test, or NAT, are given at the end of grade 6, 10, and 12. Both the ELNA and the NAT are designed to determine if the learners meet the learning standards at the end of each key stage, and to provide empirical data in the crafting and design of policies and programs. Admittedly, the results of ELNA and NAT raised several issues and concerns that, of course, the department needs to address. It also implies that the need for more improvements in curriculum and delivery. To determine if learners are meeting the learning standards, to help provide information to improve instructional practices, to assess and evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of education service delivery using learning outcomes as indicators, and to provide empirical information as basis for curriculum, learning delivery assessment, policy reviews, and policy formulation. The first basic education exit assessment was conducted for school year 2018 and 2019. The results revealed that senior high school graduates of the said school year are in the low proficient level, as indicated by the mean percentage score of 3 21st century skills: problem solving, information literacy skills, and critical thinking skills, respectively. This calls for a strengthened framework on the integration of 21st century skills in both curriculum and pedagogy, which is accordingly one of the enhancements in the 2022 curriculum. Of course, the results of local national assessments are parallel with the World Bank's Philippine report of the 2018 Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which claims that a significant positive correlation is observed between the regional PISA reading scores and not English scores, and weak correlations are found for math and science. Other international large-scale assessment echo the results of PISA, as Filipino participants also fared poorly in the 2019 TIMSS, or Trends in International Math and Science Study, and the 2019 Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics or CPLM. This again points to the need to revisit the existing curriculum, particularly to ensure that curriculum standards are benchmarked against international counterparts, and that learning competencies tested in the ILSAs are thoroughly developed in the curriculum and delivered in the classroom. In light of this assessment data, and along with the idea that the success of the curriculum is measured in the quality of student learning, the department expresses its intensified focus on the role of assessment as a source of important feedback on the implemented and intended curriculum. The said challenges, of course, are coupled with the global health crisis that tested the resiliency of education institutions. The department is doing its part to address these challenges. In fact, as I said, in the early part of 2018, Sulong Educalidad was launched specifically to address concerns on quality. Secretary Briones early on mentioned quality as focus in the reforms her administration has instituted, and this is seen through the collective efforts in various governance levels, specifically in curricular and instructional mechanisms that are regularly recalibrated to ensure quality, relevant, and inclusive and liberating education. And despite the ever-changing educational landscape made more apparent in the midst of the health and educational crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent challenges it poses to the basic education sector, the DepEd continues to pursue its vision for the Filipino learner through the refinement of the curriculum. The department is committed to enhance the K-10 curriculum guides within the school year. Currently, we are in the validation phase of Key Stage 2 or grades 4 to 6 curriculum guides. So what is then the new value of the 2022 basic education curriculum? We have not set out to completely change or overhaul the current curriculum, for it remains to be sound. Instead, we have tried to address the gaps, issues, and challenges as articulated in the curriculum review findings and ensured that the curriculum remains relevant. We have enhanced the features and emphasized the importance of skills needed to navigate in an increasingly complex world. What we have done so far is that we have developed the general and learning area shaping papers. A shaping paper communicates the process of the curriculum review and revision and sets the future direction of the K-12 program. We have also developed the curriculum guides for key stages 1 and 2. We have articulated the key stage standards, the grade level standards, learning area standards, and of course, the competencies that contribute to the attainment of the big ideas. Whilst developing the shaping paper, foremost in our minds is also the question raised oftentimes by our good secretary. She said, how do you prepare learners for jobs that do not yet exist and a world that is increasingly becoming complex and constantly is evolving and changing as never before seen, anticipated, and experienced? And that's why we need to teach our children to develop a reliable compass and teach them navigation tools to find their own way in a world that is increasingly complex, volatile, and uncertain. Our imagination, awareness, knowledge, skills, and most importantly, our common values, intellectual and moral maturity, and sense of responsibility is what will guide us for the world to become a better place, as articulated by the director of OECD. So even as we speak about revisions in the curriculum, the major principles and design remain the same as embodied in RA 1053-3 and as indicated in this K-12 framework, where the child is the focus of all educational endeavors, helping him to becoming and being a better person, so that when she or he graduates from basic education, he or she is a holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. Currently, the Child Rights Education Desk under the Office of Yusek Jo Maribohok has finished the core messages for the integration of child rights in the curriculum to further drive home the point that as a whole human being, the child is born with dignity and rights, even as his or her capacity and maturity evolve, while he grows to become a whole person who has realized his or her full potential. The child then is not only a recipient in need of care and protection, but a being who is an active agent of his or her rights. What are now the features of the 2022? Well, at the moment, we call these 2022 basic education curriculum, but it will really be up to the this administration or the next administration on what to call it. Allow me to provide you an enumeration of these, which I will also lengthily discuss in the succeeding slides. Okay. There's a focus on the big ideas, a clearer articulation of the 21st century skills framework, redefining the interplay among languages in the Philippines, an emphasis on the development and mastery of foundational skills and competencies, an emphasis on the engineering design process, the intensification of values formation, the rationalization of TVL specialization, and merging the learning area components of MAPE or music, arts, PE, and health. Now, when we speak about big ideas, this consists of generalizations, principles, and key concepts important in an area of learning. We refer to overarching statements that articulate the very important and non-negotiable concepts that learners ought to learn in each learning area. Further, these are key ideas relevant to the learners during and beyond their years in school. These ideas need to be understood by all students regardless of gender, cultural background, aptitude, and career inclinations. These also ensure the spiral progression of non-negotiable concepts across grade levels. The vision of the DepEd remains the same: to produce holistically developed Filipinos with 21st century skills or knowledge, skills, attitudes, and competencies that they need to develop so that they can prepare for the world of work and life in the 21st century. The improved 21st century international and local competency frameworks that redefine the future of education, skills development, and training in light of the evolving society and economy. The development of such skills, coupled with the department's core values, will allow learners to realize aspirations that represent their ideals and ambitions and ultimately contribute to building a progressive and cohesive nation that enjoys economic prosperity, socio-political stability, unity and diversity, and sustainability, all under the Philippine Development Plan, all articulated under the Philippine Development Plan. DepEd's 21st Century Skills Framework shall also serve to guide and ensure the inclusion of these skills across the governance levels of DepEd. The detailed framework specifies terminology of these and descriptions of these skills to be used, thus promoting a shared vocabulary to support clear and consistent communication and implementation. Most importantly, again, the framework shall guide all governance levels of DepEd as they work together to enhance the development of these 21st century skills by all Filipino learners. The detailed 21st century skills framework comprises the same 4 domains as articulated in DepEd Order Number 21 Series of 2019. These are information, media, and technology skills, learning and innovation skills, communication skills, and life and career skills. The 21st Century Skills Framework also provides a definitive description of skills, competencies, values, and attributes that learners are expected to develop within each domain. It is expected that throughout their education, Filipino learners will develop these 21st century skills in addition to the foundational literacy and numeracy skills and discipline-specific skills or competencies. Together, these 21st century skills, the foundational skills, and discipline-specific skills equip Filipino learners towards success in the future. The 21st century skills within the framework satisfy the following requirements. They are transversal in nature, meaning they can be taught and learned within a range of learning areas. They are additional to the foundational literacy and numeracy skills and discipline-specific competencies that are also included in the curriculum. They minimize overlap between skills. They are defined in a way that minimizes overlap between domains but encompasses similar and related constructs. They are skills or competencies rather than outcomes. For example, the outcome of being an entrepreneur can be attained by drawing on the skills of future orientation or thinking, problem solving, reliance, critical thinking. The list of skills and competencies were benchmarked against other 21st century skills framework, including the UNESCO Transversal Skills, P21 framework, and the ATC 21 framework. They are aligned also with the Philippines Core Educational Goals and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The slide here enumerates the specific skills under the 4 macro skills. Now, another feature of the revision is a clearer articulation and redefinition of the interplay among languages in the Philippines. The language framework emphasizes the role of the mother tongue in language acquisition and learning, as it serves as the linguistic foundation prior to the introduction of other languages such as Filipino and English. As seen in the concentric circles, multilingual learning involves building on what has been previously learned in one language as a foundation for learning in another language, and then using that learning to further extend learning in the original language. The 2022 language curricula ensures the achievement of both language proficiency and overall academic development through a focus on three interdependent organizing domains of the big ideas: literacy, language, and text. They contribute to the needed literacy requirements in non-language learning areas and support the development of academic reading, viewing, writing, speaking, and listening. Finally, the 2022 language curricula acknowledge that the mother tongue is not terminated upon its exit at the end of grade 3 and makes explicit its role as an auxiliary medium of teaching and learning in the second and third key stages. At the same time, Filipino and English are recognized as possible resource languages for cognitive development in the first key stage, or K to 3. The other one is emphasis on the development and mastery of foundational skills and competencies. The 2022 K to 12 basic education curriculum puts premium on the development and mastery of foundational skills and competencies. The process requires sufficient time for acquisition and practice, thus necessitating the curriculum to streamline the learning standards. The foundations for the development of one's talent and future skills are laid out in elementary school, and each subsequent step brings students closer to the ultimate goal, which is making a career in a field that fulfills them and allows them to develop their full potential. The next feature is an emphasis on engineering design process. STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are four interrelated disciplines which offer cross-disciplinary instruction on real-world applications. In basic education, STEM is represented by three distinct, separate, but interrelated learning areas: science, technology, and livelihood education, and mathematics. The engineering component here is represented by the engineering design process, which is articulated in various learning standards where learners are expected to apply various concepts to solve real-world problems. Science aims to develop scientific, technological, and environmental literacy. The goal of math is the development of mathematical proficiency, critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and technology and livelihood education aims for the development of technological proficiencies, information and communication technology, or ICT, industrial arts, agri-fishery arts, and home economics. These learning areas draw on each other while being taught separately. The design process consists of the following steps: empathy, define, generate ideas, create, and evaluate. This design process is iterative and teaches the learners to innovate while designing solutions to real-world problems. The next feature is the rationalization of tech voc and livelihood specialization. This entails a holistic change as demands for better assessment arises in the ASEAN qualification referencing framework. The bar is also set higher for aspiring skilled workers, especially in the advent of the fifth industrial revolution. In doing this undertaking, this Bureau is in the process of identifying the current statistics of TVL enrollment and how it progressed from previous school years. Next is distinguishing specializations that are in demand in different regions and how they match to the number of students pursuing it. Then identifying which specializations need retraining and which are considered non-essential to the labor force. Then creating a better policy and implementation procedure for a more rationalized TVL curriculum that promotes better rates of employment here and abroad. And aligning qualifications for TVL education with the national and international frameworks for increased opportunities on employment, and creation of tech voc hubs or centers of excellence that would cater to localized industry needs from different parts of the country, and recognizing the needs of a hybrid curriculum, such as developing the STEM tech voc or STEM coupled with agriculture or arts. This initiative will also affect the curriculum of course, in edukasyon sa pantahanan at pangkabuhayan and TLE by ensuring that there's a progression of skills from grades 4 to 10 up to senior high school. I've always been saying to our writers and to our supervisors from the regions and the teachers in TLE that we need to really teach our students the basics, starting in elementary, especially in home economics perhaps, or industrial arts. Ano-ano ba yung mga ito? Yung pagsusulsi. Kailangan bigyang diin natin yan, pagluluto, kasi kahit na nasa rice cooker na yan, di pa rin marunong magluto ang mga bata. Ang pagliligpit ng mga gamit, kailangan yun eh. Kailangan ulit nating i-emphasize yun. Although it's there, we just need to make sure that these are done by our students by providing ample time for, doing these things in the home. Then, the 2022 MAPE curriculum merges music and arts and PE and health as two distinct learning area components. On the one hand, in a review conducted by the College Board for the National Coalition for Core Arts Standards, the arts education standards of 13 countries and regions were analyzed, including Australia, Austria, British Columbia, China, Finland, Ireland, and all those other countries. It was determined that music is a discipline embedded in the arts curriculum. In addition, it is mentioned that music is an art that, in one guise or another, permeates every human society. On the other hand, physical education and health can and has proven to promote health in children and youth and provide students with the ability to know how to be well in all aspects, emotionally, physically, intellectually, spiritually, and socially. Interdisciplinary learning, the educational process where two or more subject areas are integrated together, enhances what students learn and allows teachers to make curriculum more relevant. Integrating physical activity and health and wellness in PE will create a fun, engaging environment that educators want to teach in and students want to learn in. And then the intensification of values formation. The 2022 version of the curriculum will strike a balance between competencies and character, with character development or values formation complementing the knowledge and skills development of learners, as mandated by RA 11476, or we have now the GMRC, Good Manners and Right Conduct, and Values Education Law. The DepEd core values shall be systematically integrated across all learning areas with explicit placements in relevant topics and contents in all grade levels. So aside from the shaping papers, we have also developed the K-10 curriculum guides. The process of the development is as follows: review of the initial learning area standards, development of key stage standards, development of grade level standards, content mapping, development of content and performance standards per quarter, and review and development of learning competencies based on the MELCs, or the most essential learning competencies, and the essential learning competencies, and sequencing these competencies. The process also involves articulating these standards premised on big ideas, and the formulation of all the other standards and content was also done. Week allotment per quarter was presented to inform the CG writers or the curriculum guide writers on the limits of topics per quarter and to avoid congestion in the curriculum. Identification and alignment of learning competencies, performance and content standards, content and its duration, and refinement workshops were also conducted to ensure quality of the curriculum standards and competencies. Now, this slide shows a sample of horizontal articulation in quarter 1, grade 1 of GMRC. This is a sample content mapping per quarter across learning areas in a grade level. This shows articulation of content per week, which guides us on the potential duplication of content and sequence of topics per learning area. It gives us a bird's eye view on what to expect in a quarter. For example, Araling Panlipunan and GMRC would need to discuss mga batayang impormasyon ng sarili at pagkilala sa sarili. They talk about the focus of the content, including its limitations. The revision will also ensure that all social and government thrusts are integrated in the curriculum standards and competencies, making it more inclusive and relevant in an ever-fluid and dynamic Philippine society. In integrating a government thrust, the Bureau follows key steps on identifying key concepts and messages, mapping the learning competencies vis-a-vis government thrust, and strengthening its integration in various instructional activities. So if you are a representative from the different government agencies, this is how we're doing the integration of those concepts that you would want included in the curriculum. So for example, on the integrated government thrust in GMRC and edukasyon sa pagpapahalaga, or values education, we're also ensuring the integration of social issues and government thrust and values per content. You're seeing a slide that shows a sample illustration of the identified integration of subjects. For instance, in Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan, the topic Ligtas at Responsableng Paggamit ng ICT has media and information literacy, while human rights and valuing oneself are integrated in GMRC content, kakayahang mag-isip at magmahal na natatangi sa tao. Though we have identified the possible integration of social and values in each social issue and values in each content, we're not saying that is the only integration that such content would have. We all know that integration is very much fluid in instruction, so teachers may add more in the actual delivery of the lessons. Okay? So, it takes a village to raise a child. Of course, this is an oft-repeated cliche, but nonetheless never grows old because it's very true about education. In the enhancement of the curriculum, DepEd is not alone. We have engaged several experts who have generously contributed their expertise to help us draft the curriculum, and I wish to acknowledge them here. This is just a partial list because the next stage will still take place. The next stage of curriculum writing will still take place. The Philippine Normal University, the University of the Philippines, the Ateneo de Manila University, De La Salipa, Sisters of Mary, Philippines, the UP Integrated School, Southern Luzon State University, Miriam College, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, University of Santo Tomas, St. Scholastica's Academy, Marikina, St. Anthony School, St. Columban College, De La Salle University Integrated School, Mary Help of Christian Catholic School, New Era University Integrated School, Assumption, Iloilo, UP Nismed, De La Salle University Taft, Espiritu Santo Parochial School, Mabalacat City College, Holy Angels University, the Philippine Women's University, Alta Tierra Integrated School, Southville International School, University of Asia and the Pacific, St. Louis University, Mary Help of Christians Catholic School, New Era University, Keystone Technical School, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Thames International, the National Teachers College, Batangas State University, and Iris, Manila. Like I said, this is the curriculum guide that we have written is not cast in stone. That's why we're having this consultation forum, so that if there are other concerns and issues that you would like to raise and you'd like to give feedback in the draft that we have presented, please feel free to do that during the open forum. Although our MC will tell us this after the presentation of Director Nelia, I also would like to say that after the presentations of my fellow directors, there will be an open forum, but that open forum will only entertain general questions about the presentation, because we have allotted time for you for the different learning areas. So in the registration a while back, you have signified your intent to what's this, to attend in a particular learning area. So that's where you're gonna go after the presentations. But that I would encourage you to also ask questions of general concern during the open forum. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Isang mapagpalang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I'm tasked to present to you the results of the review of the implemented curriculum, which deals with the second component. It focuses on the degree of alignment between the intended curriculum and the implemented curriculum. What is taught in classrooms is the main link between the intentions of the curriculum and the competence of the learners. The link between the two components can inform policymakers and teachers as to how well the teaching reflects the education standards according to Blank, Porter, and Smithson. Further, the degree of alignment has significant correlations with learning achievements. For this reason, it is vital that more is learned about the curriculum that is actually implemented in the schools and the factors that affects its implementation. Next slide, please. The table on the left side of the screen shows the factors that teachers find the most helpful in curriculum implementation. These include in-service training. There was a broad consensus among teachers that professional development activities focusing on sharpening and upgrading content knowledge and of the subject matters and curriculum can be of significant help for implementing the curriculum. Teachers explained that some learning areas such as science, English, mathematics, and understanding culture, politics, and society involve constant changes in knowledge and information that necessitate being updated in order to teach the subjects effectively. Second, the learning action cells. The survey data indicated that the conduct of learning action cell was very helpful for teachers in implementing the curriculum. However, it appears that the operation of the learning action cell at the elementary level, especially in grade 6, was less functional than in higher levels of schooling due to, again, the inadequate number of teachers in each learning area. While being positive about the benefits of the learning action cell offered, some teachers expressed some concerns that they faced while conducting the LAC sessions. First, teachers who presented at LAC sessions reportedly lacked time to prepare their presentation. They argued that it can be time-consuming to plan and prepare a presentation at LAC session as it may involve conducting some research, and they claimed that they are busy with the instructional time. Second, some teachers indicated that the presentations at LAC sessions lacked substantial discussion of the topic due to the time constraint and sometimes the lack of knowledge on the topic being discussed. Third, interaction with colleagues and staff. Overall, teachers valued the interactions they had with their colleagues within or out of school, considering such interactions as professional learning community practice, which promotes constant and collaborative learning. In some schools, collegial support was an additional means beyond LAC sessions for teachers to support one another. However, in other schools, especially small ones, where the organization of LAC sessions was not possible, collegial support appeared to be the only way for them to learn and get support within schools. The fourth one is on school leadership. The explanation clearly indicates that emotional support from school leaders can make a difference in teacher motivation, leading to improved teaching performance. A small positive gesture from school leaders, teachers argued, can help them to release their stress and sustain hard work. However, the common challenge in school leadership relates to a bureaucratic system that requires school leaders to prioritize administrative work and structural requirements over teaching and learning. So we see the need to intensify instructional supervision. The fifth one is on incentives and reward systems. Among the least helpful factors include class size, extracurricular activities, number of learning competencies, student discipline, and that of content of the curriculum. Next slide. The review of the implemented curriculum has also explored factors that help and or hinder teachers in implementing the curriculum, providing insights into what is working well, what could be further strengthened, and where problems exist, allowing for this to be addressed. So it answers the following research questions. To what extent do teachers have time to teach the learning competencies specified in the intended curriculum? To what extent do learners have the prerequisite skills and necessary background knowledge to learn the competencies specified in the intended curriculum? And what factors help or hinder teachers to implement the curriculum? How can this be strengthened or improved? Building on the features of the enhanced 2022 basic education curriculum and with the end in mind of ensuring that learners attain the curricular expectations either in foundational understandings or in the 21st century skills, the Department of Education, particularly the Bureau of Learning Delivery of the Curriculum and Instruction Strand, considers the following to address the findings and recommendations of the study. Next slide. Teachers, on the first bullet, have been facing the dilemma of teaching the entire learning competencies in the curriculum versus ensuring in-depth learning of the most essential and indispensable competencies. It is the case of quantity versus quality that triggers the issue of the time needed to teach all these competencies. Therefore, we stick with those competencies that align with the framework of the holistic Filipino learner, those competencies which connect the contents to higher concepts across content areas applicable to real-life situations, and those which are not expected to be learned outside the formal school setting. Second, time on task. Time on task can be defined as the amount of time one spends being actively involved in the learning process, acquiring new skills, knowledge, values, and attitudes. There are many different principles and strategies available to facilitate learning process, and time on task is a highly effective teaching strategies that can lead to positive results. And then the last bullet, a policy on individualized instruction may be considered to allow diverse learners to progress through the curriculum at different speeds. Individualized instruction serves learners who may need to review previously covered materials, learners who do not want to waste time covering information they've already mastered, and or learners who need to proceed through the curriculum more slowly or immerse themselves in a certain topic they really need to get it. Next slide. For the second question, particularly on the prerequisite skills and knowledge matching, the first bullet are action steps that fall within the purview of the Bureau of Curriculum Development. But since the Bureau of Learning Delivery is mandated to ensure that all these refinements in the curriculum are translated in the classroom, a number of programs need to be intensified since they directly address the improvement of foundational skills among learners. The ELLN primals, primals plus, literacy instruction, we have the SALT 22, or the supporting assessment for teaching and learning towards the 21st century skills development. are BLD programs that aim to enhance learners' literacy and numeracy across key stages. They focus on both content and pedagogy, but they begin with capacitating teachers because no matter how well-intentioned a program is, if teachers fall short of the expected competency, the program content will remain diluted when translated in the classroom. These programs should also be coupled with proper monitoring and evaluation. For the last bullet, mastery learning focuses on ensuring that a student's grasp of a lesson is complete. It keeps learning outcomes constant, but varies the time needed for learners to become proficient or competent at these objectives. Prototype lesson exemplars may be developed. In fact, we started developing them already, and provide them to teachers to lead them in integrating mastery learning in the teaching process. Mastery learning breaks subject matter and learning content into units with clearly specified objectives which are pursued until they are achieved. Learners walk through each block of content in a series of sequential steps and must demonstrate a high level of success on test performances. For the third research question, particularly on teacher professional support, which is found to be most helpful factor in curriculum implementation, indeed, the Department of Education has repeatedly proven that the institutionalization of learning action cells has supported successful teachers by nurturing their knowledge, attitudes, and competencies in terms of curriculum, instruction, and assessment in their workstation. In a number of its programs, the Bureau of Learning Delivery has adopted the cascade model of professional development in collaboration with the National Educators Academy of the Philippines. Preparation of LAC resource package is a prerequisite in the rollout of these programs. In this way, LAC facilitators are guided on what and how the session delivery. We see the need to increase professional development of all kinds for senior high school subjects and elementary literacy subjects, especially those addressing content knowledge. For the third bullet, apparently, there have been other crucial factors that are responsible for student learning but have not been delved deeper to warrant a program in the Bureau of Learning Delivery. Now it is high time to look into these factors: classroom management, team teaching, teacher collegiality, since there have been empirical studies providing their impact on the teaching learning process. We have to consider promoting the benefits of using informal mechanisms for collegial support among teachers and enhance the provision of professional development for school leaders to increase the consistency of support they can offer to teachers in implementing the curriculum, in as much as we always expect them to be providing technical assistance to teachers. And the last one, we need to improve access to quality teaching and learning resources and increase available resources in the DepEd portal. Addressing these recommendations would support teachers to better implement the intended curriculum, which has been shown to improve student achievement. Next slide. To improve the implementation of the K-12 Enhanced Basic Education Curriculum, the Bureau of Learning Delivery is currently involved in the department's effort to review and update the curriculum to improve the learning environment, teachers' upskilling and reskilling, and the last one, engaging stakeholders and collaboration. These are also known as KITE, or the 4 pillars of aggressive reforms for quality. I'd like to share you the current initiatives of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, particularly for the most helpful factors. So we're very much involved in upskilling and reskilling our teachers. we do not just limit to teachers, but also we include instructional leaders like the school heads, education program supervisors, and that of public schools district supervisors. For the learning action cells, we prepared a number of learning resource packages. We also have the DepEd Teaches. We are collaborating with the National Educators Academy of the Philippines, particularly on the implementation of the learning delivery modalities. We are developing also learning resource packages, not just for our typical learners, but also for our learners under the inclusion programs. We are developing lesson exemplars across learning areas, also for the mother tongue-based multilingual education and the special curricular programs. We're developing also a number of learning activity sheets for the multigrade. We have the scaling of the primals and the primals plus. We are also training our teachers as receiving teachers, given that we're wanting to establish inclusive setting in our schools. We have the LAC resource packages for ELLN and performance task training for teachers. We also issued the DepEd Memorandum 162, which is entitled Suggested Strategies in Implementing Distance Learning Delivery Modalities. We have issued also the suggested measures for fostering academic ease during the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the interim policy on assessment, which is contained in DepEd Order number 31 series of 2020. We also issued the ADM learning standards, which guided us actually in the development of our self-learning modules. So we also develop under the interaction with colleagues and staff, we develop technical assistance resource packages on the use of the self-learning modules across the modalities. So as I have mentioned earlier, we're including also our instructional leaders in practically all our training programs. We have DepEd Teaches, we have Kumustahan, we have PIRs, and that of FGD. And for the incentives and reward system, under the Office of the Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, we have the SAFE CI, or the Secretary's Award for Excellence in Curriculum and Instruction, and we highlight actually the schools that have a number of innovative initiatives towards improving learning outcomes. We also have initiatives even for those that are found to be least helpful factors. One that, or initiatives that address also class size. I'd like to mention that we're working on the policy guidelines, particularly on learning environment. We're also working on the policy guidelines on blended learning and hybrid learning. We're towards the establishment of one-stop shop school under the alternative delivery mode program. We started converting some of our SPED centers to inclusive learning resource center. We have already started developing the policy guidelines on multigrade in junior high school, if only to give equal chance also to these learners, to these high school learners in GIDA areas. And then for the National Festival of Talents, we started rationalizing it. So for the factor number of learning competencies, so we took part in the development of the curriculum shaping paper, and as I mentioned earlier, the Bureau of Learning Delivery is working on the development of technical assistance resource package on the use of the SLMs across the different learning delivery modalities. So as said by Director Joyce, we're still waiting for the issuance of the enhanced curriculum or the 2022 basic education curriculum, and then we start really working on how well could we implement or could we deliver learning. Again, we'll be asking some of you for your assistance and support. In closing, I'd like to share with you a message from the book Atomic Habits, Tiny Changes, Remarkable Results by James Clear, which says, habits are not a finish line to be crossed. They are a lifestyle to be lived. Quality education may not just be a goal. It's a journey shaped by quality habits. With that, I say thank you very much to all of you and good afternoon.
A round of applause again for our two CI directors. Thank you, Director Leila, and thank you, Director Joyce, two formidable CI directors, for sharing significant points in your presentation about intended and implemented curriculum. I am sure that you are all glued to your seats while listening to them, and who would not be for such interesting presentation. We would like, by the way, to acknowledge the presence of Yusek Tony Umali, who's joining us via Zoom. Okay. Hello, Yusek. Thank you for joining us, our Undersecretary for Legislative Affairs. All right, so now it's time for your question. Now, since we do not have more than enough time to accommodate your questions and listen to all your curriculum-related concerns, we know there are a myriad of them. Please be reminded that we shall have a gallery walk later, and this was actually mentioned by Director Joyce earlier. So let me just repeat that this is the part where you can voice out your concern on specific learning area. I mean, when we are on a gallery walk later. For this open forum, we shall entertain only general questions that you may have related to the presentations earlier. Okay, so we have a very simple mechanics. Just raise your hand. And once you are recognized, we shall hand you the microphone. Identify yourself and tell us the organization you represent, and tell us whom you wish to answer your question, and then state your question. And we are going to do it alternately. So first, we are going to entertain questions here, and then we are going to read some questions thrown to us via Zoom. Okay, so who wants to go first? Who's the first brave soul? Okay, so, okay. Dr. Fermin, just give us a second here. May we invite Director Joyce, Director Leila, to please, Director Joe Maribohok. Yusek, I'm sorry. Director Joyce of BLD, Director Leila of BLD, BCD, BLD, and of course, Yusek Maribohok. Director Sam. Director Ranvi. Okay. So let's show the force by joining us in front and bravely answering the questions. Dr. Fermin will ask the first question. Sir, please feel free, approach the mic. Director Aris Kawilan, please join us in front. Thank you. Thank you, Yusek, for joining our CI directors. Okay, Dr. Fermin.
Isang mapagpala at mapagpalayang hapon po sa ating lahat. First of all, I'd like to thank the various directors representing our curriculum and instruction teams over at the DepEd Central Office for facilitating this stakeholders forum. Kudos also to the ACT-RC, who managed to pull experts together from Australia to put together our initial insights into the revision process of the K-12 curriculum, which fortunately has celebrated its first decade. So congratulations to all of us, because you were all part of this milestone. I think we can do better at congratulating each other. Nakaisang dekada na po ang K-12. May nagawa naman, and this is a good time to take stock of these things. At any rate, one of the significant lessons we learned in the first development process was to draw actual insights from teachers in the classroom. Because that has been crucial in trying to understand the story behind the numbers that I want to believe do not lie. It's true that the numbers do not lie, but they have stories to tell. And so coming from my vantage point as a teacher education specialist, I'd like to find out to what extent teachers from the ground were actually engaged in providing assessment inputs and insights into this entire exercise. Because I think this has potential implications on how we should strike the balance between the various data points and the actual experiences from the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ed, for the question. I think that ACT-RC, for its part in the curriculum review process, can better also answer that question. First, Dean Therese.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I'm not so sure if Pam is online in Zoom. Yeah, if she is, then she can help answer the question. But definitely teachers from the ground were involved. In fact, they were given like the list of competencies in a given quarter to the extent to which they were able to cover them. After which, after the survey, they were gathered in FGDs. But that was done only for DepEd. But Pam could give specifics. Only DepEd schools. Only DepEd schools.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your question. I think the involvement of teachers in the field is a very important component to reviewing any curriculum. The most important thing that we have to add here is to go through, I guess, a number of different ways that we involved teachers. The first way was through the surveys, and then, as Dean Therese said, there were focus groups conducted with teachers about their implementation of the curriculum. In the review of the intended curriculum, we invited master teachers from a number of areas to take part in the curriculum review as well. So they were able to be in the same room as the BCD specialists and others who were making a contribution there. I'm interested, though, in your final point about the use of teacher assessment data, and that is something that we chose not to include in the study. The reason was one really of available resources. As you know, each teacher has their own mechanisms, and that varies across individual teachers, schools, districts, regions, divisions. So trying to find a consistent way to gather that information and make sense out of it, make meaning from it, was beyond the scope and the resources of this study. We have, however, conducted previous studies about the formative assessment practices of teachers in the Philippines, and you would be welcome to go to ACT-RC's website and read the reports that we've got there about those studies, because they are interesting reading. They show that teachers are gradually improving their formative assessment skills, but there is still some way to go. So we know that that's an area that needs to be built so that we can be sure that teachers are making reliable decisions based on the assessment evidence that they gather. In particular, ACT-RC and many of the other stakeholders in the room have recently been involved in providing online courses for teachers to use to improve their assessment practice. And we would hope that we would be able to continue to be involved in the coming years in building those skills and better understanding those skills through research. So thank you for your question.
That's for the review part. For the revision part, we were able to involve some teachers from the field in terms of validating the curriculum. So their inputs are actually included in the draft curriculum guide, specifically for kinder to grade 6 also. And some of them are writers as well. So their inputs are actually articulated in the draft curriculum guides. Although there's another form of validation that we'll be having sometime this week also, this time from our external stakeholders, meaning the teachers from the private schools will also be allowed to participate in the validation of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Joyce and Ms. Pam. May we invite Dean Therese in front to join you, Sigjo, and our CI directors to answer questions. And since we promised to have to entertain questions alternately, so after the first question from our participant here, we shall be entertaining another question from our Zoom participant. May we have the question via Zoom or from our Zoom participant? Okay, the National Youth Commission has presented the findings of its fifth National Youth Assessment done in 2021 for the youth from 18 to 25 years old. There were alarming findings such as 31% of the respondents considered committing suicide, 32.81% responded that the new way of schooling, this is very challenging, does not motivate them to study for your information. So it's not stated whom he or she wished to answer the question. From DNR, SCIS, yes, but who may? Hello. Yes, but who would answer the question? Probably
Question again? Sorry.
There were alarming findings such as 31% of the respondents considered committing suicide. And 32.81 responded that the new way of schooling does not motivate them to study. That's very challenging. So who would like to answer?
Hello.
Although we take note of the fact that these are beyond the purview of DepEd because they are from 18 to 25 years old. In the DepEd, of course, we have several programs that address mental health through the GMRC, EP, values education, through the homeroom guidance, and in the other learning areas as well. There are also programs managed by our Bureau of Learner Support Services called the Youth Formation Division that specifically addresses the concerns on mental health. But as to the question on its integration in the curriculum, absolutely in PE and health and in other learning areas, we take cognizance of this predicament, of this situation, and address them.
Thank you, Director Joyce. All right.
May I comment that on that question?
Yusek Nepo, please.
Yusek Nepo. Okay,
Yeah,
sir,
yes,
would you like to add some to what Director Joyce has said?
Yes, I think that study, I think we should be furnished a copy of that study given the quite a substantial a result of that study with respect to a very high percentage of are these respondents indicating uh, a comment regarding suicide, I think that study needs to be looked into in terms of its methodology, the questions asked, and I also note that it covers an age group that is within a college uh, age group of 18 to 25. So I think before we can comment on the study, we need to be furnished a copy to look into its methodology, the scope uh, of the survey, and also the kinds of questions that were asked, just so that we can really examine the said finding very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Nepo. So we have our next question here. Yes, sir?
Professor Xiao Chua po,
Hello,
from
sir.
the Philippine Historical Association and an advocate of the high school Philippine history movement.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you po kasi very enlightening yung presentations. We know the process. A lot of us were invited, so thank you so much na ipakita ito. And we know where to come in, no, kumbaga, going forward. But I would like to address an elephant in the room, which is talked about in the whole country, which is hashtag Majoha, diba? Which was addressed, of course, by the Secretary of Education in our webinar for the victory at Mactan last 2 weeks ago. And of course, ako, being friends with the department, I really do not want the DepEd to be blamed, diba? Because there is a correlation for some people na kaya ang mga tao daw ngayon ay naniniwala sa historical revisionism or historical distortion at dahil wala daw silang masyadong alam sa mga facts is because tinanggal daw yung Philippine history sa high school. So now we understand, of course, a lot of these, yung spiral and all the principles of it. But going forward, ang tanong ko lang ho baka ho pwede po na in the next study that can be conducted, hopefully we can find a way, if there is really this correlation between this lack of seemingly lack of knowledge or concern for history, or even yung tinatawag na vulnerability to fake information about our history and even in current events, dun sa pagkawala ng high school history. And of course, I would like to also address that there are moves in Congress to actually return. So may mga paraan, meron po ba kayong magiging mga moves just in case? Of course, there will be. But is the system parang, tawag dito, flexible enough na kapag kayo na yung nangyari po, or may mga suggestions at ma-realize natin na, pwede palang galawin yung isang subject to become another Philippine history. Is there I know that there's a process, but I hope that there will be room for such conversations in the future. So again, thank you so much for this, and I hope that this is the beginning also of this conversation. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Professor Chua. Director Joyce?
Thank you, Professor Chua. If our USECs present would like to answer, I'll be willing to give the floor to them.
Yusek Nepo, would you like to answer the question?
Space for... Or
Yusek Tony?
No, I think CI should be the best position to respond. Thank you.
Yes, Yusek. I think the point of Dr. Chua that we just need to provide space for these kinds of conversation. Yes, Dr. Chua, like I said, there are consultations that are being made, and this is not the last consultation. And so we are willing to listen to the voices of the other experts, but also to say that that's one of the things that we ask our experts, our resource persons in Aralim Panlipunan area. It's not just confined to Madjoha. There are also other concerns, and I think everyone knows about these issues, and specifically about the supposed removal of Philippine history in grade 7. We have answered that many times, but that we also have consulted experts who say that the curriculum that we are following is sound. Okay, so and that's why in the new curriculum there are just some changes to be made to ensure that the core messages, okay, the big ideas also are included in the curriculum. So that's what we have done in the K to 6. Papunta pa lang po kami sa grade 7 to 10, but we know for a fact that in the determination of the contents that need to be included, okay, the debate about whether grade 7 should be included or not in the curriculum is a debate that has been settled in the level of our experts and the BCD, and that is at this time to retain what we currently have and then make some revisions. Okay, mindful of the critical content that needs to be included in the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Joyce.
Unless our consultant from UP would like to add to that, Dean?
Okay. Di po ako dekano ng College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. And I'm currently the chair of the Department of History in UP Diliman. Well, katulad, kasama ko sa departamento yung nagsalita kanina, dating guru rin ng UP Diliman, si Professor Xiao, at nandito rin ang delegation ng PHA, kasama ko rin si Professor Emeritus Maria Luisa Camagay at ang PHA Secretary, si Jonathan Balsamo. Well, ako, ang position ko is dapat ma-mainstream ang Philippine history sa curriculum. So yung unang tanong ko lang is, may pagbabago ba doon sa K-12 curriculum para sa Araling Panlipunan? Ang posisyon ng DepEd is, sir, review lang ito, pero we'll stick with it. Pero merong mga revisions. In fact, ang comment ko sa grade 7, Pilipinas sa Timog Silangang Asya. Then yung world history, magiging Asian the world. At ito rin ang lumabas kanina dito sa, ano ba tawag dito? Tarpaulin. So yung malinaw dito, merong intervention para sa content. In fact, yung grade 10 na contemporary issues, diba, sa UP merong kurso on contemporary Philippines. So we can talk about big ideas, nuancing history and culture. So yung interventions natin dun sa content, and definitely I will engage my colleagues from UP as well as from the different historical organizations like PHA, PNHS, at Atika ng Pilipinas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for shedding light to the question. By the way, let me just repeat that if you have any question like specific to learning areas, we have a gallery walk later, so you can probably wait for that. But for the meantime, we only entertain general questions, especially related to what was presented earlier. So we have another question via Zoom. Can we have the question here before we entertain another question? Ma'am, just give me 1 second here. We'll just have another question from our online participant. Which in the learning areas in the K-12 curriculum is developing our students' love for country? I was told the Philippine history is no longer included in the curriculum. I would appreciate some clarification on this matter. Thank you. Of course, it's not coming from me. It's coming from our online participant. So, and the name is Ms. Michelle Nikki Hunya from CCP.
Answered already, and if
It's
there
been
are
answered.
other questions,
May
then they
I?
can-
Okay.
Sorry, may I just have a follow-up on my first question? Since that was answered already. So being an early childhood educator and also a music educator, I just very concerned to hear that the Araling Panlipunan is considered from the 7th grade. Maybe the DepEd can reconsider it among the Council of Experts to find a way to develop love for country at much younger age. Can I just state a first-hand experience in one of the rallies that I have attended in the past few days that children brought in the rallies were very appreciative of their parents for letting them experience such energy from the people and thanking their parents for allowing them and realizing that they want to love our country. I'm also a Montessori teacher, and in our one of our learning areas in developing culture is this is very much included. But I understand that in the other areas of, say, in the other approaches of other schools that do not that do not follow the Montessori philosophy, they may reconsider including this. And may I suggest that how we do it so it can be engaging to a specific age level, or for it to be child friendly, is that it is play based and integrated. So I would really would like to suggest that it be that Araling Panlipunan be considered to be taught in a maybe different way, in a play-based way in the younger ages. Because as we all know as educators, this age level is very critical in terms of character development. So we also know that in other countries like Japan, they develop already this character at a very young age. That's why maybe they are very progressive and they really cooperate as a nation. So maybe this can be, I really hope that this can be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, do not worry because we're taking note of all your suggestions. So again, to all our participants, both physically joining us here and those online participants, we are taking note of all your questions, concerns, suggestions, and our learning specialists are noting them down. And in case, well, definitely we're going to have another forum similar to this, or the reflection would be in our curriculum. Okay, but thank you for bringing that up. So our
May I
next
just
question.
make a clarification?
Yes, ma'am? Go ahead,
about
Director
the
Joyce.
question. The AP subject is taught even in as early as grade 1. Okay, so even if you are in a Montessori school, and of course you follow the K to 12 program, then AP is offered. Now, how do we make it interesting enough, the teaching of AP interesting enough to our children? In kindergarten, you're correct that it is really play-based. And please please remember that in the AP curriculum, the design is expanding environment. So, nagsisimula muna ang diskusyon sa sarili, sa pamilya, sa komunidad, sa probinsya, sa komunidad, sa probinsya, sa region, hanggang pumunta sa national and then ASEAN, international. Ganon ang ating disenyo ng curriculum. So yung pagmamahal sa bansa, lalong-lalo na sa Araling Panlipunan, pero sa ibang mga sa asignatura, itinuturo rin siya. Kasi integrated po siya. Ang love of country, this is one of our core values. These are not just found in our learning areas. It's also found in all the programs that we implement because that is how we operationalize our core values and one of which is makabansa. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Joyce.
Thank you po, Director Joyce.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, go
Okay,
ahead.
hi.
with the
Good
question.
afternoon to all. My name is Danda Buhain and I represent PEPA and Rexa Education. Good afternoon po, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Bustos. Well, actually, I have 3 questions. I just want to take this opportunity already to ask. First, on the STEM, it was mentioned earlier that you're going to be incorporating STEM as you redesign, yung re-engineering, yung process ng learning ng science, mathematics. So I just want to know, kasi syempre, of course, we have been talking about this for the longest time, that we are going to be applying STEM already, or of course, embracing STEM, starting, hopefully, with this 2022 curriculum, you will be able to show us how na STEM is being applied. I want to know, kasi syempre, madaling sabihin, pero syempre talagang mahirap gawin. Anong modelo po, which model, what country did you benchmark yourself for the STEM really to happen in the 2022 curriculum of the Department of Education? Para at least more or less, we would have more or less an idea of what country did you benchmark with at ano yung modelo, so that hindi na lang siya maiiwan sa plano, but it really is a doable, achievable way of implementing STEM in the Philippine schools today. So, tapos yung second question ko po, pagdating po sa mother tongue. We know for a fact po that MTB had always been, probably even the former Department of Education group of people, the reason why they added MTB because they saw an evidence-based reason why it has to be presented in that manner because of the need for the people in the provinces, I guess, to learn certain competencies or domains using their dialect. And of course, I've been attending a lot of webinars that it really has a high demand, kaya mandated na ang mother tongue. Pero when it comes to the real actualization of things, siguro po dahil sa lack of mandate natin, nandun lang siya sa, yes, we need mother tongue. Children they learn best using mother tongue. Pero yung actualization, hindi talaga nangyayari. Of course, we would have some hypothetical statements. Maybe because it's not mandated. That's why even the schools in the provinces or wherever does not really implement or does not really see the value of the MTP. So, yung question ko po doon is that in the light of all these changes, at mother tongue pa rin ang pinaniniwalaan nating makakatulong do sa formative years ng ating mga mag-aaral, imamandato na po ba natin siya so that even the other schools would really see that it has to be done, it has to be implemented so that talagang, kasi hindi naman siya, di ba ma'am, ginawa if it was not scientifically thought of or hindi siya research-based, evidence-based na ang bata ay natututo sa kanilang native language. So, yun lang, parang kasing matagal na siya and yet very sporadic lang ang nag-i-implement. So, wala talagang malawak ang campaign, come on, let's push mother tongue because matututo ang bata on that manner. And third question po, yung sa triangulation ng TechVoc. We're very happy to hear that there is already a review of the EPP and the TLE. Pero syempre, alam natin, it's obvious in our private schools and even, I guess, in the public schools that a moment a grade 10 student leaves junior high school, lahat sila would go to ABM, lahat sila would go to STEM or the other tracks. Sabi nga namin, iniisip ko po ma'am personally, masyado bang mababa ang pagtingin nila sa TechVoc? That's why lahat sila nagsusumiksik sa ABM and STEM. But when you think about it in other countries, pag dyan tumahak ang bata, yung mga skill-based na yan, actually, sila pa nga ang most likely magkaroon ng employment because they are very skill-based. Pero it seems in this country, kitang-kita natin, medyo pag tech voc yung tinake mo, in a way, parang discriminatory. Ay, tech voc hanggang vocational. Yung ganon. So, ang sa akin is, hopefully, in the coming 2022 improvement of the curriculum, there is an equal pagtingin at push sa mga tracks dahil whether ABM, STEM siya, siya, lahat yan noble. Noble tracks na merong kang kalalagyan later on. Yun lang po, ma'am. So, sorry for those 3 questions, but it has been bothering my mind ever since already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Bohain. Our resource person, our focal person, the Bureau of Curriculum Development, and our invited experts are very much willing and ready to answer learning area specific questions. So ibabato ko po yun sa kanila. But generally as a response to the first question as regards where did we benchmark doon sa STEM, I think we've had several with Singapore, US, and some other countries. But it's not just really about benchmarking, but looking at the needs of our country and what's being called for right now in the global arena. So that's one. That's just a general reply. Number 2, about mother tongue, it's a law. It's enshrined in RA 1053.3. It is mandated. And therefore, there is no question about whether it's we have to mandate schools to do that. Each school is mandated to implement mother tongue-based multilingual education. And the third question pertains to TechVoc. Why is it fast becoming a second-class track? Okay. We've been able to provide several specializations or components, as you call that in TESDA, that would cater to the needs not just of the learner, but also the needs of the place, the needs of the industry where the school is located. Okay? And therefore, the training regulations as specified by TESDA are already present in the curriculum. Now, what we have said in our K-12 program is that we will teach our students the needed skills and competencies so that they become productive citizens and so that even if they don't go to college, university, they can already work. Okay. That's what the K-12 promise is all about. But promise that we will give. Diba? It's a whole of government, it's a whole of society approach. And that's why this consultation also is very important to us because we would want other government agencies to take a look again at our curriculum and find out how it can best serve and help our learners. So for the articulation of your questions or several answers, babato ko na lang po iyan sa mga learning areas. Thank you, Ms. Bahain.
Salamat po. Thank you, ma'am. So again, your specific learning area concern, ma'am, will be addressed later. So even if you have chosen like one specific learning area, you can jump in another learning area to ask your question. And our specialists will be joined by resource persons, our resource persons who can help elucidate further your specific concern. All right, so we can entertain only one more question. Here, live, no more, okay. But again, we will be flashing the email later where you can send in your questions, especially to those joining us online. So ma'am, please go ahead, identify yourself and the organization you represent.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carol Tapia from the National Book Development Board. So my question is, when the K-12 curriculum was launched 10 years ago, it was taunted as a standards-based curriculum versus a competencies-based one. And there was even an exhaustive campaign to differentiate the two. So my question is it just a matter of semantics when you say that the revised curriculum focus on skills and competencies rather than outcomes? And follow-up question is, how is this aligned with the outcomes-based education that most higher education institutions are using? And last question, when are the curriculum guides be available? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Joyce?
Yeah, the curriculum guides hopefully will be available by the last week of July. And for launch in the perhaps second week of August, but that will depend on the next administration. What we want just to do is to finish this. We have just been hobbled by several challenges because this is still in the birthing stage, and as you know, there were some things that we weren't able to do and to foresee, but we are addressing them in the current curriculum. Yun. Can we go now to the gallery walk, please?
Actually, ma'am, we are going to pause for a healthy break, for a healthy health break. And while our learning specialists prepare for a gallery walk. So, quick break, and then we shall be back for the gallery walk. 15 minutes. We acknowledge the presence of Director Nelia Benito of BEA and ASEC Alma Torio. Hi, ma'am. Thank you for coming. we request the learning area specialists, supervising specialists to please prepare for the gallery walk. In 5 minutes, we shall be starting with the gallery walk. Okay, so we'd like to call some order. All right, so we hope that the open forum, part of the program shed some light to your questions. All right, let's settle down, please. To our participants, please, let's settle down. We will appreciate your full cooperation. I'm afraid we won't be able to start with the gallery walk until we're all settled. Again, let's have some order before we start with the gallery walk. Okay, probably a brief tete-a-tete would be after the program, as well as unlimited photo opportunity. Again, please settle down. To our participants, let's have some order before we start with the gallery walk. We would appreciate your full cooperation. We are not starting until there is some order. Okay, to our learning specialists, do not entertain any questions yet, please. We need some order here. Settle down, please. I hope I do not need to beg. Hi, Dr. Laurel. Nice to see you here. Order in the house. Order in the house. I'm probably not a very effective teacher because I can't call everyone to order. Okay, we need to maximize the time left. Please. We won't be able to finish on time unless you cooperate. Okay. We shall have the time after the program for all the other concerns. To our BCD specialists, probably we can be a role model here. Okay. I'll be castigated after this program. All right. So, before we proceed, I hope that the open forum was able to shed light to some of your concerns and clear some gray areas. Of course, we won't be able to accommodate all your questions because, as we have mentioned, we have the gallery walk. So the next part we prepared for you will provide you a better glimpse. Quiet, please. Everyone, please. Because I'm not repeating the same instruction. I'm only going to deliver this once. So the next part we prepared will provide you a better glimpse of the most awaited 2022 curriculum. But of course, only the first the first two stages, key stages rather. So for some it's K to 6, but for others it's only K to 3. I'm sure you can't wait to get up close and personal to each of the learning area, as each specialist and supervising specialist will walk you through the enhanced curriculum. Now here's the mechanics to maintain order, because we want to make sure that there's order while we do the gallery walk. Of course, we would like to request you to go to the learning area you wish to join in, which is signified during the registration. No discussion yet. Thank you. The supervising specialist per learning area will be the one to explain the enhanced curriculum. And it's up to your agreement whether the specialist in charge will allow you to ask questions during or after the presentation. So it's not our call anymore, but it's yours. But please raise your hand and wait to be recognized before stating your question so you will be heard quickly, because we have another specialist with a supervising specialist who's documenting everything. So after listening to the presentation, you may join in the other group or other learning area. However, our specialists will not repeat the presentation. So the presentation per learning area will only happen once, simultaneously. All right, simultaneously. It's happening only once, like one time, and that's it. But of course, when you join them, feel free to ask your question. So since we only have 45 minutes allotted for the gallery walk, in case you are not able to raise your question or share your suggestion, you may either write it down and give it to the specialist with the supervising specialist who's documenting everything. The assigned specialist in the learning area, well, aside from that, should, for example, you missed to hand in your question, we will be flashing the email where you can also, type in your question or your suggestion. So for follow-up questions that you may still have, which you failed to ask after the open forum, Director Joyce, I'm sure you'll still entertain questions together with ASIC Alma and all the other CI directors who are still with us. So feel free to approach them if you have any general question, because if it's learning area specific, I'm sure they'll ask you to join the specific learning area so the specialist can address your learning area specific question. All right, so again, let me inform you that we have our per learning area specialist who will write down all your questions, suggestions, and feedback. And there is one person who will consolidate everything to make sure that we won't miss anything. Because, of course, your feedbacks are indispensable in this whole curriculum review and revision process. So 10 minutes before we end the gallery walk, I'll give you a heads up. So just in case you still want to join the other learning areas, you still have 10 minutes to join them. And 3 minutes before we end the gallery walk, we would like to request you to be back to your seats, of course. We'll call to order again. We'll ask you to settle down again. All right? In time for the closing ceremony. All right, so let's flash the 45-minute timer here, including the email where they can type in their questions. So our supervising specialists are excited to see those who are joining them. All right, so 45 minutes starts now. To our online participants, I'm afraid you won't be able to join us in the gallery walk. In our letter, we expressed that that's part of the limitation of being online. So only those who are with us physically can be part of the gallery walk. But for our online participants, I'm sorry because we do not have a breakout session or gallery walk for you. Okay, time check. 9 minutes and 18 seconds before we end the gallery walk. 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay, may we request everyone to be back on their seats? Everyone, please settle down again. To all our learning area specialists, let's end the gallery walk. Unless you don't mind extending beyond 5. Okay. It's actually beyond 5. All right? I can't wait to see everyone back to their seats. AP group. Ma'am Sally. Okay, Ma'am Sally and the AP group. Oh, how can I say you need to disperse now when Director Joyce just joined you? Okay, 35 minutes for the last photo op. 33 seconds. Calling on the attention of the AP group and TLE and all the others. No more parting words yet, because we are yet to close the program officially. Time is up. All right. Ma'am Sally and the rest of the AP group, we're waiting for you. Okay. Photo op can be done after the program. Please settle down. All right. So, big children, we are about to close the program now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so seeing different reactions, seeing your reactions, hearing variegated questions from simple to seemingly complex, I couldn't think of a word nor phrase it in few words what I think you think after finding out the new phase of the 2022 curriculum, well, at least the K-6 or the K-3. But considering the goal we had in mind before starting on the process and while going through it, I hope that you are as excited as we are when we finally release it. We know that there are still some rough edges that we need to address, but we will certainly manage to straighten them and smoothen them with your support to the department. And I hope you're all listening. Are you still with me? Okay, thank you. This day has been an interesting stimulating, and thought-provoking waking moment for all of us. One would not be able to comment on something that he or she couldn't relate well, nor would not wish to comment on something that he or she does not care about. And because we are here, are we all here? Okay, thank you. We are here to row the boat together. I just want to make sure, okay? Your mere presence is a validation of how much concern you have for our children, for their education, of course, with their future at stake here. So we still have a lot of work to do, but we need to recalibrate after today's meeting with you. So before we get back to working, to close this meeting with you this afternoon, let's call on the beloved Assistant Secretary for Curriculum and Instruction, Aztec Alma Torrio, for her closing message.
Yes, thank you very much to our very beautiful and very competent MC, Ma'am Wenda. I know this is the first time after 2 years that you get to see each other. And I know you are still very much interested to do that gallery walk, but we don't want to keep you any longer. For one, we are not ready to serve dinner. But before we go, let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners from the various government and non-government organizations and institutions. I would like to give special recognition to our very own USEC Joe, and of course USEC Nepo, and my boss, USEC Dads, and our key officials coming from other agencies, our USECs and ASECs who are here, for finding time to join this very significant event, although we all know that everybody has a very hectic or toxic schedule. Of course, let me also recognize the presence and the very active participation of our resource speakers, our bureau directors, and my colleagues. We have with us the other key officials of BCD, Direct Sam, who special mention, Chief Isabel, and of course, our official partner, ACRC, led by Ma'am Therese and Ma'am Marlene, and all the members of the ACRC team, the very gorgeous BCD team. Nung pumasok ako kanina, hindi ko sila namukhaan. Hindi ko alam kung ano sila, stakeholders sila, or sila yung mga chief natin, or specialist natin, or mga supervisors natin. Indeed, this is a very productive, insightful, and remarkable day for all of us. Thank you very much for all the feedback, for all the concerns, for all the questions that you had raised. Thank you very much for all the comments that you had given to our specialists. Please be assured that we have heard you, and for sure, Direct Joyce will find time to convene again, of course, with our ACRC to consider all those suggestions. So, on behalf of USEC Dads, our father, kasi wala siya rito, ayaw niyang magpatawag ng father, pero since wala siya, I'll take this opportunity to call him the father of CI. So again, on behalf of USEC Dads, we are mandating our colleagues from the CI Strand, Direct Laila, Direct Nelia, Direct Aris, and all the heads belonging to the CI Strand, headed by Direct Joyce, to convene ASAP to consider the reasonable suggestions of all our partners for us to come up with an improved curriculum review, including the curriculum guides that you just presented during this stakeholders forum. So with that, I won't miss this opportunity to thank all the men and the women behind the success of this activity. Congratulations to the brain of this very successful stakeholders forum led by the one and only Director of Bureau of Curriculum Development, the head of the Private Education Office, and Her Excellency, the President of the Association of AD. Directors, hindi, DepEd Directors, AD. ADD, who is ably supported by the other key officials of BCD. We have Direct Sam, Chief Isabel, and all. Siguro tayo na lang kayo para alam ko talaga kung sino yung taga BCD. Please take a bow. Lahat, napakinggan niyo ba lahat yung sinabi nila? And of course, I want thank you. And of course, I won't fail mentioning also the support and assistance of our colleagues coming from the sister or brother bureaus of BCD and CI. And of course, our special thanks to our partners, ACRC, led by Dean Therese, Ma'am Marlene. Please take a bow. So, it might be a cliche, but I would like to end my closing remarks para makalist na tayo with the usual para sa bata, para sa bayan. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, ASEC Alma, our dear ASEC. All right, so before we part ways, allow me to reiterate, please fill out the evaluation form with the link that you see on screen. Please show the link. And please accomplish the evaluation form before 11:59 tonight. All right. So one thing I can tell you, there is no one word that can capture everything we went through in the series of curriculum review and revision activities. But by the end of all this, it's a sure thing that we will come out proud of ourselves in partaking in this lofty undertaking with our learners in mind. So, nothing is left for me to say other than maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at maraming salamat sa inyong pakikibahagi. Yay! Thank you po! BCD, according to Her Excellency, we need picture taking. According to ASEC Alma, Your Excellency, we need to have a mandated photo opportunity. So BCD, okay. Thank you, by the way, to all our online participants who joined us, those who joined us via FB and via Zoom. Thank you. Okay, this has truly been a very engaging activity for everyone. Okay, to those who accomplished the forms, you may submit to the registration booth. And to those online, please access through the link that you see on screen. Thank you once again to everyone. So BCD, please, for the mandated photo op. Thank you, PAS, for being with us, for staying with us, for working with us. GSD,